All right. I think I'm live. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, I finished up development from where I left off last week, and I have some new. I have the finalized rule set here because as I have observed in the process of all this, there's quite a number of shimmerings that are specifically meant to be part of a group, a very specific group. I'm talking about yawn. I'm talking about distorted yawn. Like it's not it's not subtle. I'm talking about distorted yawn, who is specifically coded to work with the hands and who I had to rewrite the shimmering code for so that the hands could work properly and still mimic the behavior that they have during the reception. Anyways, the thing about Jan and other receptions like him is you can't actually spawn units on the player side. They can only die. You can only lose units. So, my rule set is now if you're going to use a shimmering unit, you have to exactly recreate the act which that shimmering appears in if you are not going to use it solo. So, for example, Distorted Yawn. I can either use Distorted Yawn's body solo, or I can use Distorted Yawn's body alongside the hands. For Crying Children, for example, I can either use Crying Children in phase 2, 4, or 6, or I can do the entire reception, which requires that I have five librarians use their Crying Children subpage page, and one of those five be replaced with the Crying Children main page, which has the shimmering code I've written to manage the entire floor so that it recreates the reception in its entirety. I have to do this with all five librarians equipped. I have to make it so that I had to code all this to be modular so that I could overwrite Bina if I needed to. I had to code all this so that if there weren't five librarians, it wouldn't brick. And you all better appreciate that when I release this mod and you get to play around with the entire Crying Children reception. Also, to recreate funambulism, because all of the boss code is in there shimmering, I have a Noah subpage for Emma and Noah's page that gets managed the same way as Jan's hands. Originally, I was just going to have a second extra speed die for Noah, and if you take 52 damage in that state, then Noah. If you take 52 total damage in that state, then Noah dies. But that was when I didn't realize how much power I have to manage player librarians. So, with that said, I've been testing on a completed file. It's time to start a new game.
아직 이곳을 나갈 수는 없어. 일어나.
그래서
Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment.
야, 꾸물거리지 말고 빨리 담아.
For those who did not see Development Day last week, or watch the Development Day VOD, here's the gimmick. Normally, from these guys, you'll see. But these guys have 10, 5, and 1 to 2 as their stats, and these resistances. Their cards are these, extremely shit, and I come in here as Roland with, shall we just say, better cards. And I one-hit Pete. Ah, damn. 3 minimums, huh? So, their pages normally look like that. But
조직에 속하는 것이
what we get from them is, let's just say, better. Like, you can already see Gut Harvesting has an extra die, Rat's Guide to Survival has an extra die, Bite Off has an extra die, Skitter Away has 2 extra dice. And that's not to mention, these dice values are way better. And the stats on the key pages are way better. Anyways, I'm playing with no grind just because this is a challenge run and I don't want to have to grind. Now, normal librarians don't exactly have a set deck that they use, so I'm just going to use these base cards that you always get as their set deck. This, in its entirety, what you see here, is the reception version deck for a base librarian, and I am not allowed to change that. Oh yeah, Dirty Blow also has effects and stuff. But, you might be asking yourself, hey, well, first off, you might be asking yourself, why is it still Development Day? And that's because I haven't changed the stream title. Now I've changed the stream title. And now I just gotta change the text. You might be asking yourself, if the cards are completely different, and the stats are completely different, like, all of them are way the hell better, how do we... If I want to use the Rat's reception version deck, how am I going to use that? Well, you see, I haven't got the art on the pages set properly. That's something I'm putting off until I have everything finished, because I've still got some stuff from the Reverb Ensemble to do. Because again, you can't add new units to the player side, so I've got to rework the code to manage librarians. But, like, for Eileen's reception or Philip's reception, and for Oswald's reception, I've got to figure out how the hell we need you know, is gonna work if I'm supposed to transfer an enemy to the player side. And I've got to see, like, I'm considering how I want to handle the Black Silence reception. I probably am gonna not actually have it available as a key page. But anyways, if the reception versions of the decks have completely different stats that you can't edit at all because you can't make your stats lower, then how am I going to make that work? And that's where the magic of custom invitations comes in. You're also probably asking yourself, how the hell do I get shimmering? That's never available on a librarian page. It is now, with the power of custom invitations. Anyways, the rules here. For now, I have all of the... For now, I have all of the books and stuff condensed into one reception in one book, for my own sake. It was easier to organize that way, but I will be changing it. So, what we've got here... I've got custom pages I made. They exactly mimic the pages that we would normally get. Ignore the randomly shifting art on these. It's what happens when you don't set an art for the page in the reception editor. Rat's Dirty Blow. It's Dirty Blow that Pete actually uses. Rat's Skitter Away, it's the one they actually use. All these pages are the ones that actually get used in the receptions. And if I want to use a different set of combat pages, I've got to set myself to the right key page, and I can only use the set of combat pages that any given key page uses. And a lot of these have worse stats than Patron Librarian of the Floor of General Works Roland. But Roland's combat pages could use some work. For now, as a sanity compromise so that I don't go insane from having to do a bajillion receptions to collect the actual pages that I'm supposed to have, I'm just setting all of it in one reception, and I'm not allowed to use the key page and corresponding combat pages until I beat the reception. For a lot of these, the limiting factor on that is inherent in the fact that I don't have the combat pages available to me until I get the books. Like these guys. For the rats, I get their combat pages from my custom reception, because their combat pages are different from the ones they give me. But for these grade 9 fixers, I don't get... Well, I do get the pages they use from the start, but... For page 2... Well, for Yun's fixers, rather than just the grade 9 ones, they actually do use pages that I can't. And same for Finn, for example. So, if I'm going to invite Finn to the library, I invite Finn to the library, and we hit that 3 cost and hope for the 1 turn, and we don't get the 1 turn.
실한.
So again, if I want to use Finn's pages, I need to get them from somewhere. And Finn's book is the one that I can get those from. And in order to make sure that I have the right key page and combat page setup, if you have checked out the development day stream, you'd know about Tiferet database, which is really useful because it has the reception setup. You might notice me getting more key pages than I'm supposed to from stuff. I've got a no limits mod for decks like Youngmi's, where he's using 4 Scratch Bats and 4 Brawls. The limit on Brawl is 3 and the limit on Scratch Bat is 1, so... You know. I wish there was a mod that would just let me, like... do this normally, so that I don't have to deal with having a butt ton of pages that I'm not supposed to. Oh yeah, here's another thing. All of the Empori Canard pages have absolutely no passives on them normally. Half-Baked Courage? Yeah, that's not on Finn's actual page. Ignore that all of these pages are mixed as ranged. Not important. Since I can't use pages that aren't in their actual deck anyway, it won't affect anything. And I'm going to go in as just a little end tweak thing to make sure that all of them have the right range setting. Like the card art, it's something that I just figured I didn't need to worry about right now. So, 2 struggles, 2 preps, 2 thrusts, 2 wallop. Thrust. Prep. Struggle. Wallop. And now I'm going to use this page.
처음에 내뱉은 것
Oh, what's this? My light is different from normal too, you say? I'm not supposed to have only 1 light to start with and only 2 max light, you say? No, you must be dreaming, silly. Anyways, Godfin is weak. I think I'm probably not going to use this page, actually. I think I'm going to go see if I can get Yun. Because I know I can do this reception with Roland only. At the very least, having a Yun's fixer instead of a grade 9 would be a lot better. God damn it, Roland. Can't you do anything right? Okay, there we go. Now you're getting something good. Alright. There we go. Now we have somewhat better pages allowed.
훌륭해.
엔젤라 말대
Ah, geez. Getting a little bit worrying. So Yun's pages. Yun, I think, is probably the best one available to us here. 2 commandeering, 2 you're too slow, Dodge and strikes, preparations. So I think you see the proposition here. And what I'm trying to do. My pages are worse early on. My combat page setup is uncustomizable. Yeah, I am actually doing it. I finished development on the mod over this past week, and now I've started a new game to do it. I haven't finished the polish stuff, but I've got everything mostly done, and I've just got to polish stuff up, replace placeholder text, and finish a couple of receptions for the reverb ensemble that I have to rework the shimmering for. You can't actually spawn units on the player side, so in order to make stuff like Emma and Noah's funambulism or Distorted Jan's hands work the way that they do during the reception, I had to rework the shimmering code to manage Librarian as a subunit of the main one. And so I'm allowing myself to essentially recreate a single act of a reception if a shimmering unit has other units alongside it. So for the Church of Gears Act 2, for example, I'm allowed to use Argalia scouting alongside 4 Church of Gears worshippers. But I'm not allowed to use scouting Argalia in any other use case. And this allows me to recreate Xiao Act 1 and Distorted Yan and the entire Crying Children reception. I have written a doozy of a shimmering to make the Crying Children reception playable. I'm turning on and off use of librarians constantly in different ways to make them active when they are supposed to be, and inactive in order to recreate the number and types of the fucking whatchamacallit, the children. I'm adding and removing passives constantly. Oh no, crying children is actually a lot worse than it sounds. Like, yeah, there is quite a lot of power to the reception that never ends. But you also gotta consider that a lot of the actual pages kinda suck. Like, Murmur, Victimize, and whatever the third one is. I forget the one that, phase... Fuck, I think it's 2? No. I forget the one that phase 5 uses at the moment, but... a lot of those pages suck, and even the big guys' pages aren't actually that good. Like, the best one is available from the 4th and 6th, in the 4th and 6th pages. And you also gotta remember that I'm using the exact deck. So I can't add any passives or anything that would make the pages better. So if the enemy... So I've got to place my pages really carefully to get what I want out of things. You're not wrong that some of these receptions are OP as hell. Xiao Act 2, even on her own, with the restrictions of this challenge, Xiao Act 2 still can deal absolutely absurd amounts of burn. Like, just in testing to make sure the page worked, I think I hit 60 without even trying. Anyways, in terms of key page use restrictions, I said this last week, but the reason that I'm setting all of these, all of this stuff the way that I am is as a reminder to myself through the No Limits mod. Yeah. Yeah, 2-turn kill on an enemy because of that one. It was absolutely wild. I said this last week, but the reason that I've set all of this stuff, even though it theoretically doesn't really matter that much, is so that I know exactly how many of each of these I'm supposed to be allowed to use. So that I'm not using more than 1 object d'art, more than 3 limited, more than 4 hardcover, more than 5 paperback. Because I'm getting more than I'm supposed to have, because I need No Limits in order to be able to attach enough scratch that's to Gyeongmi. Anyways, I think I'm going to have 2 Yuns for Hook Office, and then I'll take a look at doing Scorch Girl. That one's going to be a lot harder than it normally is because I have a lot less attacking capability. Oh yeah, also, I recreated the starting light of all of these key pages too. So I'm here using Yoon's page, which starts with 1 light and maxes out at 4 light if with the emotion coin bonus, but yeah. I wasn't totally sure if you were the one who was here last week because you changed the name, but welcome back. Thanks for coming. It's real nice. Okay. And that's a kill. Alright. Even when we've massively debuffed it, Yun's page is still the one to use. Because Blunt is just very strong in the early game. Because you don't get a whole lot of Blunt pages to begin with. Oh, damn. I do gotta ask, have you checked out the VOD archive? Blockma was kind of an insane challenge, and I want more people to see it. Yeah, a lot of pages do slash early on, or pierce. Although, ironically, there's not actually a whole lot of good slash early on. It was 23. It was 23, averaging at 6 hours. And then also there were the offline recordings. I think I had 10 of those.
어디 보자. 이 친구는 2층에 지정.
Yeah. The playlist is at like 35 things in it, though. Oh, yeah. The playlist is at 40 because of all of the offline recordings I added. Those are a lot shorter because they're for stuff like the floor realizations, or I wanted to put in a recording of the ending of Xiao's reception because I said it in the recording. I started that offline entirely just to show off the challenge to my friends, and then I got a really good run of Xiao. And I was like, I gotta at least get the ending of this on tape. So there's a lot of shorter things mixed in there because of that, but it is still a lot of very long recordings because most of it is streams. Fuck it, we'll roll a die just to maybe get a coin. Ah, hell. Okay. We need to kill this turn. Oh, thank God. Alright. I'm not trying it. Hey, all I needed was to get commandeering out on the field. The fact I don't start with that capability was my issue. Also that I didn't get a preparation early on to get better emotion coin production, but that's fine. I had the line, this This challenge is already going way faster than Blockma. I think it took me 2 streams to get this far. And now it's been, what, 40 minutes? Yeah. Wonderfully fast. I love this. Alright, anyways. I'm gonna pop these open just so that I can tell myself, yeah, I'm allowed to use these now. Because I think Hook Office has better pages. I know for sure Brotherhood of Iron has better pages. Because Consta's got dried up and you only live once. And Arnold's got dried up and chop it off. Which are pretty damn good, honestly. Let's see, looking at Taeyin. Going first, Rampage, Preemptive Strike. Actually, do I even get Preemptive Strike? It's Dodge and Strike. Oh yeah, I do. Never mind. I was a little worried there for a second that I might have missed something. Oh no, this is still a challenge run. It's just less of an insane person's challenge run. I started with Blockma because I didn't think of this one fast enough. I think if I'm looking to get... Taeyin's got more slash, McCullen's the only one with overpower. Fend this off if you can would be good, if not for the fact that its first die is shit. I think if I'm using any, I'm using Taeyin. So... I think I'm probably gonna swap to... Hook Fixer Taeyin. And we get... Going first. Mutilates. Rampage. Preemptive Strike. Quickness and Tracks. The default for custom pages in the invitation editor is hybrid range. So, because I have to go with, you can't set that in the invitation editor, you gotta set it in the XML. And I didn't bother to set it in the XML properly yet because that's a polish thing and not strictly going to affect the challenge. So probably over this coming week I'll be handling that kind of thing. Yeah. So they're all set as hybrid range because that's just the default. Which is a funny thing that I learned from this. Alright. Oh god, that's right. Pain still starts with 1 light. Jack and Pierre are the first enemies with passives. Oh wait, no. The Hook Office Fixers, the ordinary ones, also start with passives. But these two are the first ones to start with 3 light and full light. Which is absolutely beautiful for me. I don't know, honestly. Please God, I need to kill Jack at least. Don't let me go down to Jack and Pierre. Don't tell me I'm going down to Jack and Pierre. How do I go down to Jack and Pierre? Fuck it. Hook Office Fixer Tain. Friendship ended with Hook Office Fixer Tain. Yun's office rep Yun is my new best friend. Yeah. Like, these kinds of difficulty spikes are the things I'm getting into here. Oh, right. I forgot to set that. I know I technically have this page, but that's because it fills in for the empty slot. Normally, this isn't even part of the deck, so I'm not allowed to use it. I'm just not allowing myself to use it. If there were a mod that would allow me to, like, completely disable that feature, I would use it, and then I wouldn't have this. I don't know. That might be something I can do. I'll check the XML editor for the key pages. Thanks. That's real nice. Yeah, we gotta dodge that if we're gonna survive. And it still fails. Come on, good luck, please. Yes, that's what we need, Roland. Alright. I know reasonably I shouldn't use this on Jack, but I gotta get at least 1 kill. I'm fucked either way. Alright. Yeah. It definitely would mainly because of the empty slot not being filled with a page I am not allowed. Anyways, I got Jack's book, so I'm now allowed to use the Backstreet's Butchers and Jack. Well, I'm not allowed to use the Backstreet's Butchers really, but since I have Jack's book... Wait, whoops. That's a general reception, not a workshop invitation. Book of Jack. Collect my UM pages. Alright. Once again, we're not allowed to use the stuff that we don't actually have the books for. Alright. It's time. Jack's page. Finally. Oh wait, right. Not that Jack. The other Jack. Oh wait, did I forget to name these Cooking Assistant Jack's page and just name them Cooking Assistant Jack? That's the kind of polish that I haven't done yet. Reading what I wrote on things. Alright. So, in reception, Jack uses... to keep it fresh, to trim the ingredients, 2 IH, 1 cruelty, 2 appetite. Wow, there's a lot of characters that actually don't use a full... Oh yeah, anyways. There's a lot of characters that don't actually use a full deck. Whoop, that's a bot. Sign says no solicitors. Okay, here we go. Let's run this back, shall we? Yeah. I'm paying a lot more attention to chat this time, because I just don't have to lock in quite as hard. Anyways, we start with full light for once. It's beautiful. Alright, Jack, get the fuck out of here. And my goal last time really was just to get at least one of these two. Alright, starting with Matchlight. Matchlight and Keep It Fresh would be pretty dang good. Let's just match it. Yeah, that's about right. Oh well. Hey. Catch this ingredient hunt. Fair enough. Alright. There goes Jack. Now it's just Pierre. Perfect. Leave that I can cook anything, and... trade it out for an ingredient hunt. Alright. That's the good stuff. I made pages for the general receptions, but I don't really care to use them until at least Urban Plague. Because the general receptions don't really get good until then. Anyways, now we've got Pierre. Which means now we can use Pierre. Oh, I also named Pierre's page just Bistro Chef Pierre. Whoops. Worth fixing. Something good to know. Right. I can cook anything. Ingredient hunt, cooking preps, cruelty, appetite. Appetite. Cruelty. Cooking prep. Ingredient hunt. I can cook anything. Yep.
아, 우리 사무소는 왜
Okay. And this is where we get, once again, into the wonderful world of debuffed pages. Aw, beans. Well, I got San, at least. Ooh, nice. Why do I keep drawing cooking prep? We can just eat that and he'll die. That's pretty good. Alright.
문학이라.
Okay. Normally this would be an amazing page. Now it's just pretty good. Jesus, look at that stat difference. Oh well, thanks for looking anyways. Still good to know that one doesn't exist. Okay. Streetlight Fixer San and Fixer Lulu. I don't think we're actually... Let me check Mars's pages at least. As things stand, I don't think I want to switch off any of this right now, but... Yeah, no. Like, best one to swap to would be Lulu, and that's not that good. Pierre is better. Hello. Welcome, I think you can see what we're doing. I made them myself. Custom reception thing. This is just the start. It gets... I got real in-depth with it as we get further in. Like, you'll see. What kind of mods do you usually make then? Nice, nice. Well, I'm gonna be honest. If you're looking for ideas, this might not be the place, because I use all my ideas for myself, as you can see. But... okay, we're looking at, I think... probably this, right? Yeah. Yes, I did. You might have seen earlier I have Eat My Flaming Bat already, because that's part of my, that's part of the book rewards. From the custom reception. I shouldn't have used I Can Cook Anything for that one. That was silly of me. Okay. Best to slash you. Oh, nice. That's a kill. So Taste My Flaming Bat is different from Eat My Flaming Bat, which Lulu uses in this, and Set Fire is different from Set Ablaze. Yeah. This is perfect, actually. Set Ablaze has an extra block die at the end, for example. And Eat My Flaming Bat has some better... Yeah, I had to make myself the boss cards, though, like this one, because they don't actually exist as obtainable rewards normally. You can't normally get Eat My Flaming Bat, you can normally only get Taste My Flaming Bat. Yeah, I have. Several times. I'm a speedrunner. Damn. Alright. Oh yeah? Yeah, they do exist. Yeah, because all of the enemy units are the exact same kind of object in-game as the player units are. So, and all of the cards are the same kind of thing too. It's just a matter of, like, the code behind the enemy passives, like shimmering, makes them get used in a certain way that you can't normally see them used. Alright. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can do all of that stuff. You're not gonna see any of that get used, because for the purposes of this challenge, basically everything after the Reverb Ensemble reception is just not an accessible key page to me. But you can give yourself all of that stuff because it's not programmed to work on a very specific thing. Oh no, it's not a problem. I just am not giving myself it. Because even normally, you don't really get to do that. You get the Black Silences page and it's really, really bad, honestly. Alright, key page. So, normal Streetlight Fixer Lulu's page, not great. Streetlight Remnant Lulu's page. Now that might be better. Let's take a look at these cards. Set Ablaze, Eat My Flaming Bat. Yeah, I think I might swap one of these to be Lulu. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, I posted the mod that I made for my Blockma challenge to the workshop, and I'm gonna post this too, so if you made a mod and you think it'd be... you can post it on Nexus Mods, but I'd recommend the workshop, because the workshop is just, like, it's more directly connected to the game, it's easier to get visibility because people search the workshop, and it's easier to install a mod from the workshop because you just gotta subscribe to the mod and it downloads immediately, basically. Anyways, I think, yeah, Lulu's probably the one to go with. So here we go. Okay. Heyo. Also, blunt boost activated, so it's nice to know that that works.
와, 정렬된 책들 각 좀 봐. 무서울 정도의 집착이 느껴지는군.
I did sort of get a bit of Terraria vibes as something I wanted to make for this, but it was not intentional. Oh shit, I eat my flaming bat. That's supposed to be a blunt die. Whoops. Well. Yeah, I'm not going to be using it for very long. I'm just noting it down as a bug that I gotta fix when I'm
자, 이번에도
done today. All right. Let's see. Already at UL. Hooray.
예술 분야
Okay. Honestly, screw it. Double Lulu. She kinda is the best page we have. Yeah. That's why I would recommend posting it to the workshop instead. There's some stuff on Nexus Mods that just straight up doesn't work, and there's other stuff that's in questionable taste, yeah. Huh. Ah. I see. Obviously, official position, you should buy the game when you can afford the game. Support artists, support people who make things. Piracy bad, blah blah, but I do understand. Because sometimes you can't afford to purchase the game yourself. Anyways.
엔젤라.
Oh god. Ruina just crashed. I really hope that it saved that I beat Heart of Aspiration at least. Just give me a sec, I'll be right back. Also, I just realized I had Tifreth database open on the same Firefox window that I pull my chat from. So chat has been showing up on the stream visuals this entire time. For ref. Okay, what is... There we go. Okay. We're gonna see my mod list real quick for a bit. Yep. That was my bad. Normally I don't open up any kind of web browser stuff in the middle of stream. Okay. Cross your fingers and pray. Absolutely. Not having to memorize or take pictures of the enemy's page layouts is so nice for this. Saves me so much time and effort. Okay. It did save. Hooray. Okay. So now we're going to favorite this third Lulu and load combat pages. Because guess what? Yes. But also the red mist is only allowed to be used on her own, and I'm not allowed to transfer passives or anything, so she's a lot worse than she normally would be. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out how they managed to code the actual page so that only Gebra can use it. So I'm just going to honor system it for myself. Yeah. The thing is mainly is that that page is going to be a lot worse than quite a number of other pages just because I can't do Myongist the way you would normally do. No, I mean, like, I can't figure out how in the code. Yeah. The rule is that shimmering pages have to either be solo or in the exact recreation of their act. Which I have set because a lot of shimmerings, like Distorted Yawn, are... Yeah, I get that conditional. I'm just like, at what point do I call that conditional? How do I put that in a passive so that it actually activates when I try and equip a key page? Yeah, I'm trying... Yeah, there's probably a function for it, I'm just saying I don't know which one it is. So... in my code, I'm a little bit stuck trying to figure that one out. Trust me, I looked through every single passive on that page, and I got nothing. If you can find it, that'd be cool, and tell me where it is, but you don't have to look. I tried already. Anyways, time to get the urban legend pages. Yeah. If you go to the Tifereth database and you look through the passives, for some of them they have the script attached, but some of them don't have script. The one on... The one on the key page, Legendary, that has in its description that only Gebera can equip it, I don't think is the one that actually does it, because I couldn't find any kind of code like that that would cause the rejection like it's supposed to. Alright. Key page, urban legend. So we can use page 1 and page 2 of the Zwei. 39 and 15, huh? 30 and 12 with similar resistance, with better resistances, and... Alright. Lulu it is. Yeah. That's part of how I see the code that I need in order to make the mod do what I want it to. If I did not have any kind of decompilation stuff for lore, I would be in so much pain trying to understand how do I... Yes, that is the check that I want. Which passive is it on? Like, how do they normally do that? Oh! I didn't look at that at all. Wild. If force and new book, if not force and new book is not null, and new book.classinfo.id. Cool. Nice. So I just gotta swap the class info for the actual page that I'm using. Or I'll probably. Oh god, no, ring again.
바닥에서 자면 입 돌아가요. 입 돌아가.
Oh. Thank you. I got scared there for a second again. I think No Limits is disagreeing with this. Like, I wouldn't use it, but Youngmi's page is actually really good. And I want to use Youngmi's page. Like, even without speed, being able to spam scratch that... Actually, no. Youngmi's page is worse than Walter's still. Probably. I guess it kind of depends on what Walter's pages are like. Either way, speed is a really valuable passive, so...
본격적인 선발대가 구성되게 됐어. 그중에는 산.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I just gotta call attention to the fact there are 4 different Zwei crewman pages. It's so silly. Like, there's the normal ones that have 35 and 15 for their HP and stagger resist. And then there's these ones who just have a different set of resistances and a little more HP for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, there are. Alright, there's Act 1. All right. Yep. Now, it probably feels like we've been zooming through stuff because we kind of have early on. We're going to slow way down in Urban Plague because Shoot Gun is nerfed by having to use the decks that actually come with Shoot Gun instead of using a really good deck for Shoot Gun that has speed and so many buffs for the first turn. We'll have to actually think about what we're doing. How awful. God. It'll be fine. Alright. So. Remind me, Tifereth database, what do Julia and San use? Yeah. I still got a little bit of Project Moon fan in me. I don't like to have to think about what I'm doing. Handling works, Silent Night, retaliates, Law and Order. Julia uses fences, your shield retaliates, Law and Order. I'ma be real. I think it's probably better to use Lulu one more time, but we're definitely running into the very end of Lulu's usefulness, and we're gonna have to swap soon, which is good because we got Walter. We're getting Walter next, and he's gonna be real nice for us. We finally double our speed dice. Start going Boingo mode on this. Yeah. I think there's a mod out on the open market that has that kind of button, the win button. Just auto kills everything, I think by setting its HP to 0. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Or like how corrosion works in the first two realizations. Okay, it's a bit of a weird case. You win when the merc dies, but the merc dies automatically upon killing the wolf. You can kill the merc yourself and win, but if the merc dies before the wolf, then you lose. So, if I understand our friend there right, they're saying that... If I understand our friend there right, they're saying that the win command that they have made is... starts by killing the wolf and then kills the merc. Oh. Oh, cool. Huh. A Boolean's a type of variable. Variable. Yeah. And you've got yours to just set that to true right away? Cool. Alright. Neat. Okay. Excuse me, motherfucker. Whoa. Alright. As for me, I've got Walter now. That's real nice for me.
기계답다는 건 뭐야?
Alright. There's a question here. What pages do Walter and Usadora use? Guardian, suppress, avert, retaliate, law and order. Swap Guardians for combat prep. Suppress for Blade Whirl. You know, Walter has some real bad cards most of them, but I think he might still be worth it. Alright. Walter's page normally 63, 29, 3 to 5. Walter's page actually 42, 19, 3 to 5. I think I want to go get Olga's page. She's just got better resistances. And your shield isn't all that useful for us, mostly. Okay. So the pages. Again, it's... Guardian, Guardian, Suppress, Retaliate, Avert, Avert, Law and Order, Law and Order. Invitation. Hey Olga, please have better pages than Walter, at least.
누님, T사에서도 온 연락.
Wait up, wait up, wait up. Slice, slice, slice. Daring decision and daring decision. Yeah. Yeah. Tamari is a fun one, but I've got to beat Tamari to be allowed to use Tamari. And I know I'm a little nervous about that because I'm just not sure. I've done a lot less consideration and preparation and thought into this one than I did for Blockma, because I haven't actually had that big of a reason to prep all that much. I haven't had anything in particular to be worried about, it feels like, yeah. I had a 4 to 14 and I still rolled a 5. So I do think it makes things a lot more interesting to have to pick your key page based off of what kind of combat pages it lets you use too. But we have not gotten into the half of it with that, I think. Again, I'm gonna release this mod when I'm done with the challenge, so it'll just be out there for you to play with and use. Oh, I'm only gonna get Mika's page from this, aren't I? Oh well. I mean, the trumpet levels in the base game of LobCorp exist as alarm levels. They don't actually have effects on the abnormalities outside of a couple of them that specifically call out that they'll break out when it hits like second trumpet, for example. But most of it's not. Like, if you're adding additional trumpet levels for the alarm, it's mainly just going to, like, at least in my view, mainly what you'd be getting is just, you know, additional levels of shit's going wrong, deal with it, please. Which would only have any particular effect if you also made custom abnormalities to interact with them. Or you changed the way that the game processes the trumpet levels for current abnos, I guess, but... Alright, what the hell are we doing with ourselves here? I went for Molar Office first just because I wanted to get Olga's page, but Olga's not got very good combat pages, so I'm probably gonna go with Stray Dogs, actually. Guinea, you gotta do better than that. Fauna, you gotta do better than that too. Roland, you are terrible at this. You gotta do better than that, guys. Come on. Okay. Phase 2. And you see why I like Youngmi's page. 4 brawls and 4 scratch bats. We spam the hell out of scratch bat and don't lose 2 power. The other 2, take it or leave it. But this, that's the good stuff. Malkuth. Happy memories. That's where I get all that light from. They don't have to cost 3. Alright, I got 3 turns to end this. And no more fervent beats. Damn. Never mind, I am no longer ending this. Oh wait, I get an extra floor. Right. That's good. Okay. I think of all the floors, Hod's the best one to use because we have the face. But ultimately, I think Lulu's still the best we've got. Base. Base respected. And we still have not been paid for it. Damn. I have long since given up asking why Project Moon makes their games the way they do. Alright. I'm sorry, Walter, but your pages are just... Yeah, that is exactly why. Although they have a set cost to zero function, so they wouldn't need a new wheels industry for that shimmering, really. Right? Alright. Let's see. Can we get Happy Teddy working so that I can have another 3 librarian floor? Yeah. Oh yeah? Are you gonna recreate the finale arbiter? That'd be that would be very
이번에도
funny.
정답.
Uh, okay. I wonder, is it reasonable to beat this one as is, or should I, or am I gonna want to wait until I have Stray Dogs beat? Let us see how well this will go. Oh, quite well. Wow. Yeah, just hit me with that one roll out of the 9 options you had. Yes, Odd. You know I love it when you hit me with the one roll. Absolute minimum. There we go. That's better. Perfect. Honestly, no. I agree with them making it 1 strength on hit per die. It means you have to think a little more about how you use it so that you don't clash something that you can't beat with it. Ruina's struggling.
책 배달이요.
Okay, there we go. Oh, thank God. I think let's lead with Yesod this time and fall back to Cater. Alright. Already off to a better start than we were on Cater. Oh my god. waste the entire retaliate evade die, why don't you? Seriously. What are my librarians doing? Ah. Oh, no. Oh, there goes Yesod. More damage is better at this point. We're going all in. Get rid of this guy. Alright. Got what we want. Now then... Okay, I got Gyeongmi at least. Let's hope 4 protection is enough. It's not, of course. That's when we get the max roll from Zulu. We got Gyeongmi's page though, so we've got one I for sure want to use on Malkuth's floor. Because alright. Time to hit the funny zero-cost brawl every time. Whenever you see a long pause, it's not because I am just waiting a long time to hit the thing. It's Ruina struggling to keep up with the mods, I think. Alright. Hard focus one of the stray dogs. No. Yeah. We can get a quick kill. Come on. That was not the time. Hit me with a minimum roll. Alright. Cool, cool. Nice. Yasad's gonna live. Okay. I think this time I actually want to open Act 2 on Malkuth and fall back to Yesod if I have to. %67%, and I hit the 1 in 3 failure. God. Of course I do. Should have never called out my odds. God dang it, Malkuth. What are you doing? I think I'm gonna match light. It's... %20 or lower. Youngmi starts at 55, so... I think we might be exploding. Oh no, wait, no! No, we're not exploding yet. Just Gyeongmi's exploding. And now we're gonna fall back to Yesod and murder Youngmi in the absolute. Alright. Complete and total obliteration. All right. That's all we needed. Just a good old-fashioned young me win. We barely ever use any
짜증나지
flora.
않아?
We barely ever use any flora other than Cater and Yesod, usually. Only when we're forced to because of abnormalities or the reverb ensemble. Because Yesod's better. In speedrunning, the face is actually really bad because it's essentially just a random -2 to +2. And the other two are not good for offensive dice. Shoot Gun doesn't use slash dice, and yeah, I'm talking about speedrun when I say the floors that we usually use. Cater and Yesod are the speedrunner floors. Of course, speedrunners also shoot gun, so this challenge is going to be a lot different than it would look on a speedrun. Like right here, we're probably going to use Malkuth.
누님,
For this one. Speedruns don't tend to have any mods, yeah. This is, in fact, very different from a speedrun. You're right. Alright. Get out of here, Lulu. Get out of here, Lulu. Alright. I'm playing with Malkuth because Scratch That is just that good. Happy Memories Brawls on Scratch That is just that good. And I want it. Okay, let's see. We've got a 2 in 3 chance that this is a good page, and a 1 in 3 that it's utter dog shite. A hard focus down Mika. Oh, nice. We got the 1 in 3 that's really good. Okay, mostly positive. Please give it Brawl. Alright, that's fine, I guess. That was awful. What were you doing, Malcolm? Come on. You had 3 scratch vats and you used none of them. 3 scratch vats and you went for evade. What are you doing? What are you, Malkuth? Roland? The way you're sabotaging my run, it feels like it. Again! With that. Come on. Alright. I don't think any of the R Corp members use clone.
알사에서 왜
I'm just realizing this because, like, that massively devalues Happy Memories. Because Happy Memories clone is, like, the strat. Alright. I know this sounds insane, because it probably is, but hear me out. For Hod. For red shoes. 2 Gyeongmis. Scratch that spam. Another 1 in 3. They hit me with it again. They just love to do it to me. Again! Every goddamn time. Yeah. Fatal HP resist. This one's fatal stagger resist. Oh, it's not using one. Okay, Hod. You have 4 scratch that's. Can you please... Thank you. And they hit me with the 1 and 4. Once again, Hod. With 4 scratch that's. Can you please, God, just not hit me with evade again? Truly, let's go gambling, and I keep hitting the jackpot bankrupt space. I don't even think my odds are that unusual on this one, actually. Struggling.
안녕 안녕. 이번에도 따끈따끈한 책 대령이요.
Alright, now these ones I do actually think we want Walter. Good on the Sagger. That's very nice to see. Heck yeah. That good stagger. Alright, we did it.
그거 알아요? 예술은
Alright. Yeah, Netzak, I'm sure you think art is inseparable from alcohol, but as whatever the opposite of an alcoholic is,
셀마.
I disagree. I make quite a lot of art without alcohol. Okay. So, we've got ourselves a bit of a question. Which one of these do we go for first? Carnival, shoot gun, burn office, or paralyze office? Wait. Hold up, I gotta check the Tiferet database again, because this might actually be important. Does Olga... Only 8, okay. So we'd still need to get a daring decision to use up our evade, but we could use it up. So for you two, same thing. I think Mika would be the better of you two overall. Yeah, might just be. Like, they might be my best bet in terms of beating them, but I am a bit curious, like... What kind of pages are we looking at if we use these things? Oh, the pages themselves are the exact same, but there's 3 different possible setups you could have. This one has tailoring, 1 feast. This one has will be tasty, 2 prescript orders, 2 bizarre attacks, a feast, 2 fine silks, and a tailoring. This one has 4 bizarre attacks, no tasty or fine silks, and 2 feast. And this one has just hard in on fine silk. But ultimately, since the pages themselves are the exact same, I'm just choosing which one of the combat page sets I want to attach to the overall page. Looking at these... I think my best bet's actually to go to Full Stop Office and see if I can get Stefan's page. If I can get Stefan over there, I can bring Stefan and use that to kill at least 1 carnival, and then I can use the carnival's page and actually start getting places. Anyways, now that we've skipped the Limbus Company reference, Would it have been better to go to Cater instead of Yasod? Ah, beans. Ooh, this actually might go better than I think it is. We might even get Leeway's page. Alright, Stefan's out of pages! There you go. Yeah. The thing about Full Stop Office is I don't think I'm going to be able to clear receptions with them, but I can definitely spam gun to get something at any given point.
스테판이라는
The best page of the three to use would be Stefan, because he has the most offensive dice and blind fire. Tamaki has snipe, but only but not nearly enough offensive dice. Alright, Workshop Reception, Leeway, and Urban Plague. Yeah. That's my thought here. I'm gonna use Stefan's page on the Carnival for that. And probably Dawn Office to get Salvador's page. So, a fun little look at what we've got in store for us. The fun thing about Philip's unstable ego state is that I actually have a name for it because Limbus gave us Dawn Claire. And the funny thing about Tamari's page is I snuck a speed dice adder into the Power of Love because the Shimmering doesn't have it for some reason. I have no idea where Tamari normally gets that from. Anyways, Salvador's page is gonna be the real goat here. So, just a little bit. Full Stop Fixer Stefan. We're gonna favorite those. Yeah. This game's code is a little bit wacky. You might notice. So, Stefan's pages. Two, I hate CQC, 2, indiscriminate shots, 2, take the shot, and 3, not another step. This is by far our best burst damage on turn 1. So I am going to go all in on it. Come to Papa, Salvador. By Papa, I mean Stefan. By Stefan, I mean gun.
스승님,
Philip, with my skills, I suppose I can impede them at least. Philip, just stay back. Salvador thinks we have frail bodies. I don't disagree. But I'm also not sure that's gonna matter. Holy shit, the block dice did it. Alright. Now we gotta shoot as much gun as we can at this man. Which is why not another step is our ideal. Okay. Now... Now we're just doing our best to try and get these guys. Before we get caught. Alright. There's Yuna. I didn't think that Full Stop... I thought Full Stop kinda needed a bit more help from itself and the musicians of Bremen and all that jazz to do really good. Because they can handle themselves a bit. Alright, that's the entirety of Dawn Office. Unexpected, but I'll take it.
저 할아범은 나이를 먹어서
Yeah, I am absolutely not complaining, because Philip's page is actually pretty good. And Salvador's page, as I have mentioned, The man is simply correct. Alright, I gotta do an alt tab to get there. Okay. Oh yeah, Walter also has 2 Crack of Dawns. I think Urban Plague is where we start seeing, like, full decks with 9 pages in them more regularly, so no more Evade taking up a space in my deck. Alright. 2 Crack of Dawn, 3 Flash of Sunup. We get card draw finally, too. A Sunset Blade and 3 Handle Request. 1, 2. 1. Whoops. 1 too many. And then Philip. Actually, can we even use Philip yet? Three Sunset Blade, 3 Handle Request, and 3 Stigmatize. Yeah, no, I don't have Stigmatize yet, so I can't use Philip. Oh well. I don't have Stigmatize yet, so I can't use Philip, but for everything else, I'm actually, like, doing pretty good. Anyways, time for the carnival. I think those will probably be my backup pages for Salvador rather than Philip, since I don't have Stigmatize. Welcome back. I think I got a bit lucky with Dawn Office, but I won that one pretty handily somehow. So now I've got Salvador. Dang it. He wants 3 ones. That's Carnival. I don't know what I was worried about, honestly.
힘들었어요? 지쳤어요? 쉬고 싶어요? 배고파요? 나가고 싶어요?
잘리고 싶어요? 뼈가 녹아요. 살이 터져요? 죽지는 않아요.
예, 죄송합니다. 그만하겠습니다.
I will always play those first 3 lines of that scene. It's just that funny. It's such a silly scene.
언니 상수가
There's probably a mod to replace that entire scene with the animation, isn't there? Like, there's no way someone hasn't done that, right? Alright. That's Bono staggered. Bono dead. We don't actually need Bono's book for anything. And his page isn't that good. I'm sure you will not be surprised to learn. Bono's page. Kinda bad. including his combat pages. Okay, we got Dalok, Outlook, and Gay's office. Yeah, Binding Arms is a pretty good page, but it's not worth using Bono's page to use it.
에일사는 친환경 에너지
Alright. Yeah, I kind of doubt it too, but like, if there was gonna be any one of them that would be, it'd probably be Dalok. Just because, like, 3 strength is 3 strength. And if you have an opportunity spotted handy, that can be really good. Not another step. We'll burn that one a bunch more. That's pretty good. And that's easy. And now we can get both clean and recharge, which is very good for us. Because that is the Yesod dice power set that you use until you are allowed to use Myongest, which is never in this challenge. So clean, recharge, and later grinder mark 5.2. It will. Just give it a bit. Okay. Now, where to next? I think KK, probably. No, let's do Bremen first, actually. Yep. Not that long, actually. It's taking about as long as usual. It's just... yeah. Alright, here we go. Bremen time. That's not a good line. That is a terrible line to have right there. God. Alright. Let's hard focus on heavy peaks. Alright. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty good. For me. Okay. Let's make Yesod violent. Good rolls. delicious good rolls. Nutritious. They feed me well. Alright. Yeah, maybe just a little. We didn't have to hit Meow with the 20. Whatever though. She wanted to turn Yesod into an instrument anyway.
뭐야?
Alright. What were Meow's pages again? Are they any good? Unforgettable melodies, upbeat performances, attending chords, and some red notes. Those are pretty good team support. Yep, those are quite good team support. And Moo is absolutely not going to see any use, nor is Oink. Ending chords. Yep, that's the deck. Group leader Meow. A very good page for us. Let's get rid of Walter. Nobody likes Walter anymore. Friendship ended with Walter. Now Meow is my best friend. Alright, back to the invitations. I think I like taking on the Kurakumo clan next. Alright. So we're just gonna be loading right up on strength every single turn. Like this. Blasting through a lot of these because they're not super long, I feel like. The moment we need to balance light economy, page draw, and good numbers, I think we're going to be struggling a lot more. Like, once we get to the realizations, it's going to get a bit rough. Normally you'd solve this by mixing and matching abilities, but what kind of Philistine thing does that? No, I wanna play the game like a crazy person and only ever use the exact thing that I'm shown. Anyways, unforgettable melody, go. Oh yeah, I will. I will have access to shit like Emma and Noah and Unstable Ego Philip, where the only thing I need to worry about is numbers and how many dice I have. Yeah. So the R-Corp folks have all of the base units, like the Reindeer, Rabbit, and Rhino team members, they only have one page between the three of them, or between the two receptions. All of the team leaders, like Rudolph, Maxim, and Myo, have 2, except Myo actually has 3. Because the pages and resistances that she has in Act 4 of ArcCorp 2 are both different. She also even has, like, more HP and a different number of stagger resist. The thing about ArcCorp still, even with all that, is like ArcCorp is still separate acts. I'm worrying about stuff like Crying Children where it's all one act. And so if you're not built to last, you run out of steam really quickly and never recover. Anyways. Try bombing some column. So I could do 3 meows. But I kind of question whether I want only one effective attacker. Or if maybe I want to start loading up a little bit on bleed. Yeah, Crying Children isn't hard. You just gotta build a deck that can actually last, like, through all of it. A deck that keeps up light economy so that you can use pretty strong cards relatively consistently. Because it lasts so long that you don't get enough emotion level restoration for your light, and you never get a refresh on how many pages you have, so you need the page draw. Alright, looking at this. I think for Lovetown, I think for now I probably want Triple Bremen. But for some other ones, I might want Sayo instead. Because kind of what I've been doing is just rush down and kill. And this works pretty well for that.
아무것도 안 먹을.
These are some long load times, but yeah, most receptions do support rushdown strategies like this. Hey, Philip. Hey, Philip. Wouldn't it be fucked up? Wouldn't it be fucked up if I were using your friend's techniques on you? Wouldn't that be fucked up? Imagine if I did that. It'd be pretty messed up, right? Yes, this is the one where Philip aura farms. But only in the second act. First act, he's still getting over himself. Alright.
또다시.
Anyways, Philip didn't gas puff 5 times this time. He usually does that. Anyways, here comes Philip. We don't get to see his stats. We don't get to see his pages. We don't get to see his passives until the act begins. Until the act begins. There we go.
대신 울어줄 사람은 없어.
So. I know one of you has seen all seen this before, but for the new person, these two passives, they don't do anything. Their code is completely, like, it just writes the description. This one's the one that actually does everything. When they tell you Shimmering has all the boss code, they mean Shimmering has all the boss code. Alright, time to load up on Unforgettable Melodies. And attending chords in there too. We're going to be taking quite a bit of burn, but it'll be fine. All we gotta do is stagger Philip. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, Philip is just as easy like this as he is normally. Turns out. No point being worried. The burn got him. Oh my god. Alright.
와, 그 필립이라는 애송이 녀석 대체 뭐야?
So, Oscar. What kind of combat pages does Oscar use? 2 Trans Pierce, 3 Sparkling Spear, 4 High-Speed Stabbing? Could be worse. Could be better. Oh well. I think what we've got right now is probably better than if we swap to Oscar. But alright, first off, do we have Stigmatize at least? We've got Rue, Searing Sword, and Feather Shield. And Stigmatize now, finally. So now we can use every fill-up. Dawn Office Fixer. Dawn Office Remnant Philip has 10 more HP than he used to. And reshuffled resistances. But otherwise, he's basically the same, but with different pages, some of which are worse. In the meantime, do you want to see a magic trick? Do you want to see a magic trick?
메오리
You want to see a magic trick? So, as the challenge rules go, I can only use Waxen Pinion on its own. But wouldn't you know, lucky me, this page is really good. Yeah. Anyways. Go, my blazing strike. Turns out, when you can only ever have max light, recharge, clean, pretty good strategy. Also turns out, Philip's not built to have an extra speed die. Funny how that works. Anyway, stagger resist refresh. L for Lovetown. But yeah, as you can see, this is already good enough on its own. If I allowed this as part of a team, it wouldn't be a challenge run anymore. I'd just be fucking around. Especially because I could put other shimmering things in the team.
It's hard to put that in an amicable sentence. I'm sorry, actually, not really. There's just so much work, too much work to be done. Committing to commitments, hiding my indulgence, the freedom and sacrifice for love.
Probably not. Even at base, the game's like a 10-hour speedrun for me. On a good day. I am definitely going to finish Urban Plague and probably Urban Nightmare. Some curious wonder, the excitement is like for love. Enjoy the skill, I have my doubts. You're a skill, I'm just not ready now. But then mommy said, it ain't better than this. Get over it. Tough enough, just like the man we expected. So when are you gonna take the chance? Let us be one. We are one. All for one for everyone. We stick together, and it's forever. Inside the train, we walk down the aisle. Furthermore, our love opened the door to a vehicle I'd rather not enter. Seconds later, a new future. I know that I agree with this myself. I wish it was their fault. Now I regret. Wish we were not dead before we started beating each other. Long as they drink, but the drink I frequent is water. And it's over. Wish we never listen to that. Please pretend that it didn't happen. Or did forget. Melody. Wow.
Yes, I have been so distant, consistently indifferent. It's hard to put that in an amicable sentence. I'm sorry,
Actually, I should probably put the first three. Nope. Alright then. See you next Saturday. So yeah, Philip might be a little bit busted. There may just be a reason why they don't let you play with that.
특이점 고장인지 뭔지는 몰라도 나가
I mean, that's not the challenge though. The challenge is I play with the enemy's reception decks. And I guess because of the way that abnormality fights work, I can't actually... Oh, damn. Because of the way abnormality fights work, I can't bring Philip into the abnormality fights. So... I'm just gonna be using Salvador. And it's gonna be busted as hell. But hey, this is actually more difficult than Shoot Gun Win by quite a wide margin. I have to plan out what I'm doing. No, wait, what am I doing? All attacks go straight to the Fairy Queen. Alright, there goes the queen. Heyo. I love how they say it's eating these things as though it's still around. There's nothing there to eat you. Alright. So that's Fairy Festival. And up next is our goodest, bestest friend.
다들 수고했어.
Okay, here we go. Of course. There we go. Whoop. Ruina's struggling again. Alright. Nice. One more and we're on to Urban Nightmare. Until Limbus Company, the only bug abnormality was Spider Bud. This is important because Gregor is Limbus. I do not have a Discord server yet. Honestly, I've been considering should I make one, but I always end up thinking it'll probably feel really dead right now. I don't really do direct friends. He's not with people I don't already know from something else.
오늘은 술 냄새가 안 나는데?
Alright. And now we get Tifareth, and we move on to Urban Nightmare.
자연과학 이로써
Alright. With Urban Nightmare available now... As good as Philip is, solo is just really hard to pull off in any situation the further you get into this game. So... I think the first thing I want to aim for is... probably W Corp. Rose, Sen, and Lesty have some real good pages, so I would like them. Rose, in particular, has actual card draw and light management, kind of. As fun as it is playing around with Philip, I think there's too many of them for Wax and Pinion to take on. So I think we're doing Bremen and Salvador for this one. 8 dice is just way better than 3. Also, the puppet pages are, well, not these puppets, but the weighty puppet is a pretty alright page. Gotta be honest. Alright. There we go. Alright. Queen next turn. Yes, odds gonna be strong. Strong, spicy boy. Right. And that's the puppets. Library Ruina, as it turns out, not that hard.
저 인형들 정신은 박혀 있었지?
Turns out Skittles bag is a great idea until it's almost empty and you can't just reach in and get a bunch of Skittles. This is how I get my snacks when I'm working on things, when I'm just in need of a little thing to munch. When I need sugar. I get a bunch of candy, usually it's candy, sometimes it's like crackers, and I'll just mix it up in a bag and put the bag in my drawer. And then I can just open my drawer, reach in the bag, get a random assortment of candy or snack. And it works great until I'm running low on the snack bag and I gotta reach deep and hit the bottom and search around to get a proper handful. And that's usually about when I empty the thing out anyway. So that's nice. Alright.
열차가 도착했습니다.
Alright. There's turn one. both of them max? kind of expected that. But it still sucks. Hmm. Oh, right, I forgot to burn the Urban Nightmare book. Fuck it. Go, my waxen pinion hod. Ace. Fuck yeah. Alright, come on, face. I am respecting you. Please cooperate, face. Alright. I think that's as good a demonstration as any of the weakness of Wax and Pinion. When the enemies have good numbers and are in a decently sized group, we basically gotta wait 2 turns before we start really attacking. And hope that we can minimize damage enough that we don't get staggered.
W4도
Alright. I think Rose is going to be a much better attacker. So let's see, it was one rip space, 1 dimensional rift, 2 ripples, 1 overcharge, 1 rewind, 2 energy cycles, leap rewind, de-rift, overcharge, ripple, ripple. And I guess we got unlucky and didn't get a rip space somehow. What? Oh! Oh, rip space isn't available because this isn't Rose's page. This isn't Rose's page, it's Warp Cleanup Agent Rose's page, so it doesn't... So we can't actually use who's the exclusive page that we are trying to. I gotta figure out how to make that attributable. Maybe I just gotta make a new rip space. I'd be willing to, honestly. It wasn't that hard to make Jan's pages. It was annoying, but not that hard. And this would be easier. All these effects exist in the game already. I don't need to make a target ally thing to make that work. I don't need to write up the dice abilities or the page ability. I just need rip space to not be exclusive to Rose. How long have I been at this? 5 hours. That's quite a while. What else could I be doing here? I could do the sweepers or She Association. Honestly, the 8 o'clock circus isn't that hard either. But I think it might be for the best for me to step away for a bit, just clean up my mod and get a handle on some of the polished stuff, some of the things I forgot about. Come to think of it, persistence and the garbage cleanup pages also need to be remade so that I can actually use them. And probably Boundary of Death too, because that's exclusive. All the thumb pages. Actually, no, every exclusive page. I gotta remake all the exclusive pages, so I just didn't end up having any of them that I cared to use yet. So, with that, I guess this is probably where I'm gonna call it, because I've just noticed I forgot a big thing from this. I think. But anyways, it's been 5 hours. We've got some pretty good stuff that we want, and I think no, I'm not gonna turn off no limits yet. I have no idea. This has been fun. This has been a fun one so far. Definitely moving a lot quicker, definitely been a lot easier than Blockma was, but Blockma should not be the standard for challenge runs. Blockma was an insane person's experience. This, meanwhile, is just shaking things up a ton. and also letting me play around with the shimmering passives, because I swear, sometimes those are just like, it feels like the enemies are still hitting P plus space because they are, but I feel like I could totally do an extremely threatening fight if I were in control of those and not hitting P plus space every time. And the thing is, I know that they can make enemies that don't do that because the index proselytes all target the exact same librarian every single time. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. That's just whatever. This has been fun. It's been nice to talk with people who showed up. I'm kind of glad that there's some people who are really interested in this one, because I thought it sounded interesting, but I had no idea how far that would go. I'm glad I've run into some real, like, weird challenges with some of this stuff. And I'm also glad that I was right about Wax and Pinion not being completely busted and just kinda broken. With the solo rule set, obviously. If I were allowed to put that in a team, it would be... I think kind of undefeatable. But yeah, that's fun. Nice to see that I was right about my testing. Nice to see that this is going well as an idea. And I hope to see people next week. Until then, good night.